Well, they told me about it.
Well, I just wanted to see what our exploration.
All right. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for this fantastic semester. I'm very glad that we are here today, and most of the work that we've been doing has evolved from a really humble start to a very accomplished end, and we're very happy to share it with you all. I think that everyone knows quite well what we're trying to do, but just give a quick overview of GreenCore Studio, which is kind of like a free studio. This is a studio that David and I have kind of started in the Institute over a year ago, kind of investigating a few topics. One is the domestic scale of architecture interventions and experimentations. The reason we're focusing on the house and single family house effects, those small scale buildings in this kind of climate change and sustainability discussion is that most of the sustainability technologies and focus and big emphasis on big buildings in urban context. And as a practitioner, we also know that the bigger the building, the more fee there is, the more project can afford experts and consultants. So, but in this country in particular, many construction, 80% of them are residential, and a large percentage of them are individual homeowners buildings. And in the climate change, a lot of them are also trying to stress. So David and I started to look at the rate planning of the old buildings that have been unoccupied because of financial reasons, because of climate reasons, and try to bring them to life again, so new technologies and new integration before. And in this studio, we kind of give the students a similar prompt of investigating both the social, economical, and environmental stress that a particular neighborhood is facing, and also asking them to look at material efficiencies, fabrication technologies, logistics, but also looking at energies. How do we generate energy? How do we how much are we dependent on the grid versus how much are we giving back to the grid or giving back to the existing neighborhood sources? In this case, because we're looking at ADU and really densifying this part of Austin. Austin, as you all know, is one of the fastest growing at this moment. So a lot of that information is happening with smaller scales. So the students worked really together as a group. In the beginning, they were doing research for about 2-3 weeks and looking at different energetic and material systems, and also then interviewing different community members and residents in the office. So they went back a couple times. So really kind of took that research on the ground and then culminated to three designs. One is a smaller scale, like one individual unit for one person, and two bedrooms that also double as community center. And then towards the end of the semester, we moved to a protocol house construction and some of the water systems that have been investigated in the site. So that would be the last element of the house. We'll start with the movie, and then we will go through some of the drawings that we find for films, and then we move on to the boxes. And I think many of the jury know each other very well, so I don't have to introduce each one of you. Because we have two practitioners Bolton and Kevin, who know the local construction very well, and we have been capacity work, also in residential heights. So very, very interested in the thoughts on the solution. Matt, you're also actually, sorry, practitioner locally, but also very much focused on the research and system systems. And you were also on a review for the earlier students. So very interested in the comparison of the local investigation, which you all know the dean of the school has been writing about topics of material and any kind of support decades. So there's not more fitting topic to hear the process. And David Bergman is our business critic, and he's the director of the graduate school, the Institute, and people started this investigation. All right. Also, sorry, and we were teaching together. Claire is my partner in crime, even though in the studio on the ground. We're very proud of the students. Thank you. You guys can take it.
Quick thing, so the whole thing will be live streamed, and for the students who are asking, you can find the link at the YouTube channel.
My name is Bryson.
I'm Marcia, and I'd like to welcome you and thank you for joining us today. We are GreenCore, an architecture design studio investigating new ways to introduce playful, modular, small-scale living in an urban context. By experimenting with the accessory dwelling unit technology, GreenCore addresses issues of density, sustainability, and affordability through an adaptable design. Today's presentation will be structured into parts. So we can get that up and before we start, we'd like to explain the student timeline. Starting with the internet systems, which are the water, mix, energy, and stuff.
We then went down to Montpelier in the southeast region of Boston, which is where our site is, and our group of 13 students formed into 3 different groups, proposed 3 different size AU proposals for our midterm. Those are seen on the back wall, which we'll be able to see a little bit later. Basically, then for spring break, we then went to New York. We kind of see some different housing typologies in the densest city in America, and then we finally embarked on our final deliverables, which are a movie, prototype, and book. I just want to thank everybody for being here. It was a enjoyed presentation.
As climate change threatens the existence of many major American cities, it is imperative that architectural design tackle sustainability at all scales. In recent decades, sustainable practices have been implemented in large-scale civic and commercial projects. However, they are not commonly found in small-scale residential projects due to the high upfront cost of developing and implementing new technology, as well as difficulty of changing culturally embedded building practices. The present lack of affordable, sustainable options for small-scale construction and single-family homes presents an opportunity for innovation and experimentation.
We are GreenCore,
an architecture design studio investigating new ways to introduce playful, modular, small-scale living in an urban context. By experimenting with the accessory dwelling unit typology, GreenCore addresses issues of density, sustainability, and affordability through an adaptable design. The result of our research is 3 prototypical modules.
Accessory dwelling units, commonly referred to as ADUs or green flats, address the increasing need for housing in rapidly growing cities
without contributing to urban sprawl. Each mod home design, developed by the GreenCore studio, integrates water, energy, and waste management systems while showcasing the efficiency of prefabricated construction. Ranging from 1 to 2 bedrooms, mod home ADUs house a variety of programs and number of occupants. ADUs maintain the visual character of the neighborhood while supporting the existing communities and their culture. The structural and spatial triangles seen in plan are derived from a shared modular triangular grid. All 3 designs employ the same construction method and system design guidelines while responding to site-specific requirements. Mod home's modularity and ability to be prefabricated using CNC technologies allows it to be an affordable option for homeowners to build and profit from, spurring economic growth.
I love ADUs. I've done research on them. I've written about them. I've never personally owned one or built one, but generally speaking, I think I'm all for ADUs. I think we should have more of them. In Austin, we're building, depending on the year, 300 to 400 of them per year. And I would love it if that number were 10 times the size that it's now.
There's a lot of unused space in most people's front and backyards. So if you were to kind of tighten that up and then 2 or 3 houses or 4 places or something like that, it would really allow for costs of properties to go down. So whoever's buying, you don't have to spend as much to make up the profit from the investor. There's also a housing crisis in terms of just not enough inventory in the city. So 2, 3, 4 houses per property with small backyards would be a way to kind of keep the fabric of the neighborhood and character, while also potentially quadrupling the number of people who could live here.
Within the southeast region of Austin, Texas, adjacent to the Colorado River, is a 200-year-old neighborhood by the name of Montopolis. Nicknamed Poverty Island in the 1960s, the neighborhood's economic disadvantage and resiliency date back to its founding as a freedmen's town for sharecroppers after the Civil War.
This house is built on property that went through the abatement process for the back house. The house next door was built on property that went through the abatement process for the back house. That house over there was a back house. There's at least a dozen on within a block of the easier to get back off the airline here at 10 o'clock tonight than it was to get down.
I grew up here in this neighborhood was that this was a real Hispanic neighborhood. We hardly ever saw any white people here. I grew up here with a lot of black people and a lot of Mexican American people here. I think what we've seen here in the last 5 years is nothing compared to what's going to happen in the next 5 years. It's going to push a lot of these people that are in this neighborhood now. They won't eventually push them out. They won't be able to afford to live here.
Today, Montopolis sits on the precipice of change. Within a rapidly transforming metropolitan area, it brings forward a conversation regarding affordability, multi-generational housing, and urban density.
There's no possible policy that can deliver a single family house on a quarter acre of land that's affordable to a middle income household. It's not possible.
The houses in this neighborhood were going for somewhere in the 200 range, like mid 200s, 250-ish was kind of what I would consider the median house cost for, fixer upper. That's something that's livable. And now it seems like it's somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000 for the same house.
So looking like some of these homes that are going up, they're so expensive. Like house on the corner over there, I don't know if you guys know, they just finished it. And the house is basically like 200 square feet bigger than this house. They want $775,000 for the house. That's crazy.
If you want people to not be displaced, the only way you can achieve that is by pairing anti-displacement policy with an acceptance of a lot of growth.
It just, Austin is an exploding city and you know something the bubbles.
The thing that's remarkable about Austin is the rate of growth doubling every 20 to 25 years. That's something you're more used to seeing in the developing world than in the United States. So it just makes it very unusual. But I do think that we could easily become the size of Houston or Dallas, Fort Worth. You know, we're at about 2.4 million. Each of those regions is in the vicinity of 6 to 7 million.
If I were to put an ADU here, it would probably be before I retire. And it'll probably be so that my mom lives there so that she can watch the girls. So that would be kind of like phase one. And then once older, I would want this to live there to take care of me.
We have a different property on the corner of Motopolis. And we're gonna develop that one because that one has direct access to both streets. So you can have at least 2 houses, an ADU.
Want it to be like made so that we can all interact. It's not like your house, your house, your house.
So you can only buy more land for farm, but reducing the necessary footprint of a lot and the house on it to optimize utility.
Given what we know about housing unaffordability, what we know about climate, given what we know about all these things, we're gonna have to fill in our existing neighborhoods with more housing. There's just no doubt.
While not rooted on a particular plot of land, Mod Home ADUs looks to foster meaningful relationships across the Motopolis community. In the spirit of modular, affordable construction, GreenCore Studio has developed a prototypical ADU that tackles these issues. Water. Through the use of a cistern, rainwater is collected and stored within or beside the ADU. The slope of the modular roof system is strategically designed to optimize and direct the flow of water into designated collection points. Once collected, the water is filtered and transformed to potable water or non-potable gray water for use within the ADU.
Aquaponics. With the aim of supporting a more self-sufficient way of living, homeowners may choose to implement a media bed aquaponics system in their ADU. Aquaponics is a spatially efficient and water-conserving method of growing food at home year-round. It harnesses a symbiotic relationship between plants and fish, in which the fish's waste provides nutrients for the plants. The media bed technique is inexpensive, simple to put together, and because the media supports plants like soil would, it can support plants with roots of all sizes. Solar power. Photovoltaic panels are attached to the modular roof system at the optimal angle of 30 degrees facing south. These panels allow for solar energy to be harvested from the sun and converted to electrical currents. Heating and cooling. Through the use of an air-to-air heating and cooling system, the internal temperature of the ADU is easily regulated in a sustainable manner. A reversing valve allows the pump to both heat and cool the ADU regardless of outside temperatures. Passive cooling techniques such as natural and cross ventilation are also implemented. Waste. A compacting trash can allows waste to be collected less frequently. A gravity-fed RV toilet reduces water usage through a self-filling pen, and the kitchen is configured to place all food within the optimal line of sight for increased awareness of available produce. As a kit of parts, Mod Homes ADUs can be built without loud noise or heavy machinery, and they're designed to work with existing neighborhoods and infrastructure.
Urban sprawl caused by passive development creates detrimental outcomes for our cities and our planet. As Austin and many cities around the country grow at unprecedented rates, we must adapt a mindset of intentional, sustainable development.
A group of 13 architecture students, we set out to find inventive ways of addressing the dynamic challenges of the built environment. By applying pre-existing systems and technology, we were able to bridge the gap between small-scale design and sustainability.
Through prefabricated construction as a kit of parts, homeowners can build their own monohomes ADU. Cistern technology allows occupants to be more water conscious, while solar technology makes the ADU self-supporting. Furthermore, waste prevention methods and an air-to-air heating and cooling system make the ADU efficient while still comfortable.
Mod Homes is a scheme with a light touch and a large impact. Together, we at GreenCore are determined to address densification on a community and global scale. We design with the intention to make our planet and our way of life more sustainable.
Thank you to the movie group. Now I'm going to pass out these booklets.
So with that, this is the publication component to the studio, which is a sort of summation of the research that supports the need for growing cities to adopt ADUs. And so there's a few different sections in here, and I'll begin with the first thread, American houses, waste, and efficiency, and metropolis for rapidly changing neighborhood. And we'll sort of go through and highlight some of these main ideas that we laid out in this publication. So starting with the first page, American houses, waste, and efficiency, we begin looking at how architectural design can tackle sustainability at all scales. And considering, the home accounts for 80% of new construction now. There's this large sort of sector that's been completely overlooked recently. Also looking at how much is 30% of all building materials delivered to a typical construction site ends up as landfill waste. So today, residential construction accounts for around 80% of new construction within the US, yet transformative sustainable practices are rarely implemented. Mass market homes are built on low density land and is no longer a responsible or acceptable way of constructing homes. Standard construction practices using lightweight timber framing are wasteful during on-site construction and also result in inadequate insulating and thermal properties, leading to the overconsumption of energy and resources. So as we began doing some research, looking at some different statistics, we began finding that the energy wasted in 75,000 homes within just a short span of a single year is equivalent to that of one major oil spill. So you can consider the amount of homes that are available here in Austin, how much that truly adds up, and the amount of sort of wasted energy that's released. So moving on to the next page, Montopolis, rapidly changing neighborhood. We wanted to integrate sort of some of the texture of the community, integrate some of these already existing structures, so you can get a feel for the community better, such as the Dolores Church, and some screenshots of some images of the existing vernacular of the houses. And so Montopolis, like many other cities across America, are experiencing this sort of massive explosion in population growth. So Austin's population within the next 20 years is expected to hit around 3.6 million people. So, you know, people who have long called Austin their home are struggling to afford the increasing cost of living. So over on the left here, you can see the expansion of Austin from pre-1950s up to 2010 since the last census. And you can see how it's expanded from sort of the city's central core out to places like Pflugerville and Round. Also showing the developing skyline of Austin, how much it's expanded over just a couple decades. And some first pictures of Montopolis, such as the recreation center, and it since underwent renovation, as well as a proposal for a new bridge that will take the place of the existing Montopolis bridge. Just really showing how Montopolis as a community is experiencing this drastic change.
If you'll move with me to page 6, you'll realize close to 7,000 natural disasters impact 218 million people every year. With that in mind, we have to recognize the importance of designing with intention. And so, as you learned a little bit in the movie, at the beginning of our studio in January, we broke up into 6 groups and we each took on a research topic. So as you can tell, those started with energy, solar, passive and active methods for heating and cooling, waste reduction, water, sort of looking at all of these elements that make up the everyday home and honestly every aspect of our lives. So with that being said, it's our responsibility to design both sustainably and resourcefully, especially if we're promoting mass densification. If we're going to be adding all of these new homes into an already stressed grid, we have to make sure that we're not only introducing new forms of housing, but doing so in a way that can help our community at large. So it is not our hope to disregard the Austin grid entirely. Rather, as we experienced in the Texas freeze, when we had 4.5 million homes without power and claimed many lives, we can really hope that our systems will reduce this strain so that maybe we don't have to have as many forced outages in the future. And we can all sort of rely on our own homes a little bit more for our everyday needs. It's also the hope that any excess power, maybe from our solar panels that we acquire, we can give to the main dwelling unit in return for living on their land. And so as we move down the page, we see honestly a lot of statistics and tax rebates from the Austin government, because we're all recognizing the importance of using this methodology. And the Austin government, as well as many others across the US, provide tax rebates and financial incentives by using this technology. And so if you pull out the pamphlet that is present in page 1, if you were to create your own ADU, you could use this pamphlet as a small example of how to size your system and how to decide how many solar panels that you would need for your additional dwelling. And so I think that pretty much covers how we hope to research and design with a reduced footprint. And the main statistics for the amount, the sheer amount that we use are listed below, but I will point out that the residential consumption in Austin is close to 4 million megawatt hours. And that is just half of what we're using for promotion. And our peak demands in summer and winter, if we could lessen that, we could all hopefully do a lot better moving forward. And on the next page, we look into building technology. And so our research revealed an opportunity to utilize existing computer-aided fabrication technology to meet
our goals of efficiency and address concerns of on-site construction waste. Will still allow for a degree of customization within this modular construction framework. So that customization is important as it allows for or provide solutions that are adaptable across contexts and varying constraints. Additionally, when coupled with this fabrication scalability, it still affords a personalized user experience with a low unit costs associated with mass production. In terms of prefabrication methods, we decided on a CNC cut lightweight timber framing that would be most suitable for our efficiency and sustainability goals within this domestic scale of the ADU. And our research showed that with the precision of computer programming, components could be designed to form interlocking connections that really minimize the need for bolts and screws, which is important because that increases the material's capacity for disassembly and reuse, which has a large impact on the embodied energy and the embodied carbon of the building materials. Additionally, the machines and factories are better equipped for scalability, as we looked at Montopolis as this prototypical neighborhood for our mod homes, but we're ideally thinking about the scalability across the country and not just here in Austin. And these machines also have the precision to create detailed products without the time and material waste that can be associated with trying to implement those directly on site, which often require trial and error. And then as these components are delivered directly to the site ready for assembly, it really streamlines the construction process with fewer shipments of materials and a lesser carbon footprint based on logistics. And also really eliminates the unnecessary holdups that happen throughout the construction phases when you're just waiting on delivery and different parts. And then once the assembly has occurred and the building is in use, maintenance is much easier with the ability to individually swap or repair a prefabricated component rather than needing to repair some composite structure. So we propose to really leverage these existing technologies to maximize these construction and material efficiencies, and also in hopes to push the industry towards further development. And so before we dive into more detail of our prototype and our assembly methods, we'd like to do a quick overview of our 3 case studies where we looked at these ADUs across 3 different scales and contexts. And so if you could please follow us to this back wall, we'll give a quick overview of our case studies.
the concrete area. So. Tight space. Things over here, we can enter this way. Maybe here, we can also use it. Garden back. Which. Yes, it's like a lot with that. Our main kind of concept is we're talking about using customizable modular systems without walls. And so this is our introduction of usable sliding partition walls. In the sense not only can you utilize these movable panels for cross ventilation and after ventilation, but also for different living conditions. And so we propose even share of 2 college students like ourselves looking for a more affordable housing option. And we want to do our plans.
Wait for the plan. This is on right site and an existing driveway here that we. Decided to share with it. So we appropriated it. We directly our units if you're in the middle, and then we have this large living area that leads directly via sliding panels to this western dining area. So we are Austin. On either side, we have the 2 bedrooms for the college students, and again, these have the sliding panels that are on this one track here and this one track here that we can. Privacy, you want your bedrooms, how much privacy you want, and the living room, maybe have a playroom, the bathroom continues up there, where we have another cistern, and then this sliding panel rotate continues into this shower that can also be an outdoor shower. It also continues into the kitchen where we have these sliding panels where you can close off your dining. Maybe you want that breeze that day, only from this out. So you can use the sliding panels to control kind of your environment in your home as well as public land.
By using the sliding panels to basically control the climate, what we mean is you have build up a base, and you basically have 2 less panels for each space. So all these are slid down to the bottom corner. This opens up construction area, and that's the area that then comes out southeast. It's able to pick up through this larger door opening and travel along those sliding panels and back out. Where this larger tower is. Also, on the right, we can see variations in the sliding panels. So spaces closed off. And then, as you can see here in the model, the group system is a little different, but we have that. And then I can show you all this, and that is the structure. We need to two of the columns of all this are for challenge folks and lots of the building and building spaces. And this is again where we see what ventilation can come through the front door and even open again. This method by closing these panels over and then we have wine doors, source doors, and you can make those a space as well. On the roof system, we have some of the skylights as well, which allow a great unknown light to come in, which again create some very nice spaces that can be manipulated by this moving. Again, if you were to think about college students, that really like I think they will. As a college student myself, I would prefer having a large space to where it's on and watch movies. So, let's say you have a family. Yes. But as you can see, maybe for a family home, that you would want to maybe have bigger rooms, and you could get rid of this somewhere and instead enlarge these rooms a bit bigger, or again, take away some of these partitions and create those spaces.
This is really just the technical work of what these notes can do. And it really, there's the possibilities are for positive. Yeah. These are actually.
So we have
I'm sorry. We added columns.
So this is third case study. It's an open site. And the one slot that came back from the movie is the main street of Metropolis Drive. So I have more exposure. So the program become I think team interview. We also talk about this going to be more territorial compared to the more open. So the program of this year is a little bit more institutional. So the program is community gardens, and the idea is maybe a third party, the community council own this lot, have a garden company for even here. So we can take care of the community gardens, so we can gather and come hang out like the area also talk about the movie. So in the design of this more public tour public design, we can take advantage of the equal triangle to really work with trees. So the canopy of the tree can become part of the architecture. So the main tree, this main tree becomes part of the horn. We create this top
main public area where the kindergarten is here. So the neighborhood people can come here and hang out. And this is a secondary, more enclosed back area that can have together like throughout. And this other small one is a more private backyard space. So that transition from more public to more private to existing building. So from the top right corner is the most public module, say, so we have the other one with another type of agriculture. And we have another program called the community bridge where we first produce from the garden campaign. And this one is the main kitchen area. It's top private use is public private at the same time. So it is like kitchen at the same time. But normally we just gather. We will also have this the main system of the house and with our living wall. And the back area is the bathroom area. Where is the living wall in the bathroom. So it's kind of just inside just the bathroom. And we also later incorporate the screen wall that kind of make the building disappear a little bit more. So this bird further light change from the target. That you said. Then, yeah. They all use the same type of membrane system, but there's different ways to configure it. So like the first one can have more vertical approach and a block that figure the size of the this one is more even popular market, but they all use the same part. The fence is the same, it's just that one's without hair. So instead of like a 63 there, they're basically one hair. So we think about one. The same case, but another part on top of it. So the steam member, we treat that with slightly different for that one. But generally, we get the same.
It's really inspired by the community. It's the same, but really exploring. Yeah, and so you know when that's actually. I just,
Yeah.
Yes. Smaller.
Yeah.
Understood.
And it's designed so that the center connection, which is a little tight, doesn't actually need any bolts or anything because there's a little plate which slots it in. Yeah. And then it would just be two bolts. Place. All of these all of the, we'll talk a bit more about the all of the steel plates that they're attached to are designed to break it. Maybe there's oh yeah. So early in the design process, we tried to figure out how to optimize the structure. Because some of the goals were to have the ADU be able to be assembled by 2 people as well as 3 people. So we want to keep the parts light possible. Mostly being practical. So there's curved members in the floors. We found some research papers. Curved plywood. It's fun. We've had a lot of people on it. Oh yeah.
The chair, we have
The chair's very strong.
It is, yes.
But we found a method of floor framing that just recently got approved in the UK that uses curved plywood, and the curve actually increases the strength of that member, or it reduces its, it increases its strength because it prevents it from curving in the other direction. That one introduced curve. That's sort of what we used as inspiration in this floor, and this is the 7th iteration of the floor that we ended up going with. And once we had figured out the floor panel, we used some of that same ideology within the structure. I think that's the 5th iteration of the roof. Tie all these systems together. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah.
Who implies joining method of the together, by cutting it halfway through.
Yeah.
Like, so how do you determine that that's the right method?
Yeah, so some of that came from that research paper and that method of framing we found, how far is that out of the species to maintain the strength. And I don't know which side of the price it's 30% lighter than normal. So I guess 30% less material. Which is normal. So the amounts that we were cutting into technically, some of these don't actually have to be as big as they are. But we just, yeah, we kept it as consistent for and also when you're laying it out on a sheet, really can't do things anyway. And it helps with attachment. Yeah.
Maybe point out, because this is half scale, the density of the module is twice as dense perception in real life. So actually, in real scale, it would be much.
Seems like you could do this in a significant material.
Yeah.
No.
I think the full panel was pretty easy to assemble. Let's try if we have just review it. So it has to be great. It's expensive. How it would be.
The wall panels as well, you can see that the largest one was designed to be 40 pounds. Divide the walls into units based on the slope of the roof so that each module over gets 1 unit less. So this left one is 11 arbitrary tall. 8. So that left lower panel is 6 tall, and that would be less than 40 pounds at full scale. So that's sort of the middle of this. And then they're all connected with plywood tabs that would be mounted in. So there's no fasteners in that wall besides those tabs. And then the bottom floor panel indexes with the floor. So, they're also connected. Yeah. And so the let's get a little bit over here. There's another piece inside. But the top ridge beams wherever the walls would be pockets within the pockets of the wall piece into it. And attaches those here up to that and then that again indexes down to these lower ones just using clips, and then each wall panel has these little tabs which also index to the it's a fairly strong. I mean, we were fairly impressed ourselves with how strong that at this scale. We've done smaller scales, but never with as many modules. Within the walls or within the The roof is again either we talked about doing CNC rigid board
on top or in
embedded within these members. As we were designing it, we were trying to think of all the different ways that you could potentially use it. So in some of the examples we have inside, or some of the use cases, or some of the different schemes we have, there's some outdoor spaces that are just like this example where there's no cladding at all and it's just exposed as like a trellis pergola. And then there are some areas where you do have a roof, but it's an outdoor space, you might not have insulation, so it'd be like this. And then for interior spaces, yeah, we were thinking that it would be embedded within the structure and then enclosed on the other side, so you don't see that insulation.
You guys love that. If you close it up, you would just put rigid on the top.
We had a couple versions with rigid on top. So it is a possibility. I think the reason we ended up embedding it in that was just to create a module, easily removable panel that could then be placed in the structure. Yeah.
Strategy for like how you when you have the pergola version.
Yeah.
I think bedroom.
Yeah. So actually, I think we're going to be building this too, because this is made out of balsam birch, which is expensive wood to begin with, and then there's supply chain issues right now. So we had talked about alternative plywoods that could be used, and so we had stumbled upon. We had looked into like marine grade plywood, which would then be waterproof by itself, or even using OSB for some of these structural elements, which are dealing with a lot of shear, since it's stronger in shear. We ended up going with just Baltic because we were able to find it fresh, not that expensive, and having the same wood everywhere was just easier for us in your lengths to have our material waste. But we did talk about the possibilities of having, like, if that was an exterior spot, it being marine grade plywood, or being OSB, or being finished in a manner that would be waterproof. It's one, honestly.
Did you say the images of cut sheets?
Oh yeah, there's 35 cut sheets.
Bet they're beautiful. It's nice for
There's
been
some,
nice for a screen.
there's some on the wall inside. Yes, 35 sheets of plywood. This prototype has 1,300 wood parts, which is kind of a scary number, but in the terms of what somebody would get if they're build this, it's significantly less because parts would be arriving on site pretty simple.
So one of the main reasons that we did the roof in kind of these flower-like structures or tree-like structures with it is kind of optimal for collecting rain. It will naturally. So as you have seen in the movie and in the brief overviews of each iteration, on each different site, there were different cisterns and different collection points, basically in each complete tree. So we have a complete tree here, so there would be a cistern right here. Thanks to the way that the roof was designed, we're able to plug the water through a pipe through the glass roof of the roof. So that's what this pipe would typically be doing. They'll up and have a hat and have a brief couple filters just provided with normal rainwater collections, and that would go into our first bag. And this bag would be just the rainwater from water collection. It will fill up in storms. It'll hold like coast water until there's room in the second bag, which is tucked in behind here, connected by this pipe, where the potable water would be. And then so part of the reasons why we also had to cut a couple different cisterns was because we needed the water to be accessible in different places along the site. So in this case, this is a brief representation of one near in the bedroom and private bathroom. So this would be like a
faucet or your sink, or be hooked up to a shower head. So you'd be able to turn it on and get water out. My system has low water pressure right now. And so a large part of the system is that it's very flexible and very fluid, but it relies a lot on water weight at the bottom. And so from the nature of water use, people are very wasteful, but the way that this water system works is that it will collect water, hold water in the non-potable system, and prepare it for use in the toilet or for irrigation. So the bottom part of it has bigger bags and it's being filled more often, if not always, just due to the use of rain that we get in Austin, and just more frequent use of water within the household. So that would be our non-potable system, and we will receive it back from the sink that this would come, the sink that this would feed, and then or the shower, or the kitchen sink or anything else that would be used, perhaps in the aquaponic system. And then it would be filtered in the non-potable cistern, in the gray water cistern, and then it would feed into a non-potable water cistern, and that would feed a toilet for the any nearby plants or any nearby community gardens, depending on where it is on the site.
So there's a whole pumping system that goes along?
Yeah, so the filters that we decided to spec for it is actually a filter that you can use for portable and non-portable systems. So it makes it a lot easier to interchange parts. Can't find that at half scale. So technically there'd be a filter in this one, in this bag, and in this bag. They're relatively small. They're about this big. So in this at full scale. So they'd be able to fit pretty handily inside there. In terms of pumps, we tried our very, very hardest to not use pumps because especially having to pump it through the whole building, that would be very uneconomical, especially if we're trying to save energy. So that's part of the reason why we have multiple cisterns. We don't have to pump throughout the house. We can just pump locally, and therefore we can get an RV pump, which is just a really, really small 12-volt pump that is very easily interchangeable, very easily found. There's parts everywhere for it. So it's something that's a lot more easily accessible than it would be to have a massive pump to pump throughout the house. So we just have local pumps.
Size it.
How do I size it?
How did you size the?
Yeah, so I did research on how much water use is throughout the house. So there's obviously a range of how much water people use. In this feature, there's a gardener living here, a gardener in residence is what we're calling it. So we imagine that they'd be very good at conserving water and very careful about how much their water use would be. And so we sized it based on the lower size of water use. So that's roughly 20 gallons a day, I think, of potable water use, and roughly about the same in non-potable water use. And then, so that's partially how we size the cisterns in general. And then we also had to factor in rainfall. So we had to do research looking at the heaviest rainfall, which actually in Austin is in May, and the least heavy rainfall, which is in July, which is kind of crazy that they fall so close together, which could also kind of benefit the cistern system because then you can collect a lot of rainfall in May, have that recirculate throughout June, and then take advantage of that, of the drought conditions in July. There's not, and that is one of the issues with this system is, well, not one of the issues, but one of the factors that you have to consider, especially in Austin. By code, we're required to have water backup line, so there is that contingency factor where you can rely on that. This is one of the smaller size cisterns. There is a larger cistern by the kitchen where it can be used a lot more for irrigation, for food cleaning, for food prep. So there are larger systems, and you can size larger cisterns for whatever you decide to design. But for this case, it is designed off of around 1,300 gallon collection of rainfall average. Not in the whole thing, but based on the water flow through it. So it won't ever be able to hold well, the whole thing could hold 1,300 gallons of water, but in terms of collecting at a single point, the heaviest rainfall that we get in Austin is 50 gallons, I believe, is like, it's one of the heaviest rainfalls that you can get. I think that was like on record in a long time, that I could collect in one single tree. And so there are times when we have to put a lot of water in the bags, which is what I kind of more size for the minutes.
And was there, I know it was talked about in the beginning when you gave us the book. How are you all thinking about black water?
So Blackwater was less of what I had talked about with the cistern, but largely we decided to work with compostable toilets and just connection to the main sewage line. Partially because compostable toilets is still kind of something that a lot of people seem kind of adverse to. You know, you have to be a little more open to keeping that on site. But generally, there wasn't much that we had found that would be a good way to connect it to uses on site versus the hosting services.
We'll move back to the interior, inside.
David.
I think we're gonna get some coffee. Like, yes, yes.
We're done. Congratulations.
It's in the.
Oh. They will make them.
I wasn't involved by the call.
Charlie.
Okay. Yeah, they have a, inside, it's have a underground pipe, so you can, what is that? I think it used to be like a, stormwater. Yeah, like, it used to be a change, now it's just, yeah. Just stormwater.
What's happening on the lot line in the, this one has an issue.
So these two are actually neighbors, and they do have an easement.
What is that easement for?
There actually used to be a. Yes, they, yeah, they, put in a big drain tile and they love that.
Yeah, that one.
This is nice and then that one.
These two are the ones that share that easement.
Correct, yeah. These are, yeah, right next to each other. Up the street. It has a, they all have an existing house. This one doesn't have any small shed or anything in the back. It's all equal goes. To the shed. And then this, yeah, and then that's only. Oh, yes. You know, lovely to have a group of students. So actively engaged with contributing in a complicated fantastic premise and the notion of operating. Trees or furniture and the application in that way. Married construction system with construction large. The our question 10 novel way of building. Big question. And geometry. Large planning, greater going in their sites. Future geometry, really foresight. That is awkward in many ways. And awkward both spatially and construction. And these budgets are carrying out efficiency, it certainly would be a whole lot easier to close that in. Get more space, less material, less awkward joints, and more interior space. Fine. So there's a kind of desire for a forthright geometry. I think the presence of architecture is being made through this agenda. Just like even structurally, like there are they're relatively modest spans, which one we do probably without the tree. And so to me, the big question is, conceptually, like, what is, what, or your agenda?
Can you ask it more directly and just say why the triangle?
Yes.
Or you have to answer for the triangle, said why the triangle. So the main.
Worth everyone to do that.
Everyone agree on that. So the logic is coming from AU is gonna be in the backyard, right? And backyard have this different conditions, usually have trees in it. So this is an opportunity for us to kind of reimagine how residential space working with nature and the existing tree in the backyard. So typical in the house, it's like a rectangle, it's the most efficient. Of course, the most efficient way to build, most efficient way to utilize space. But in that way, it's like excluding the tree that is existing in the backyard. Versus the triangle is an opportunity that we imagine what is outside can become, it can become part of the inhabited space that is not possible in a rectangular plan. Also, because the nature of the tree is a circle. So if you have a rectangle and a circle, they don't really work together versus in this case. The tree can become part of the space that you are realizing.
I also think from another perspective, triangle is one of the strongest shapes geometrically and can be combined into countless shapes, and it really isn't bogged down by any, like if we were to use a circle, there's a lot more restriction both structurally and with repeatability, whereas triangles you can add on to pretty much any condition on the site and grow it. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in that, and that also, in addition to connecting with nature and Charlie's description, was a driving force for why we chose to utilize the shape.
I want to reinforce Kevin's initial observations that at the level of a curricular and pedagogical experiment, I appreciate tremendously the work. I love the subdivision between film, kin parts, applied kin parts, and prototype. I think that's a really compelling format for a studio, and I think the level of accomplishment across those areas, including the book, is very high and incredibly impressive. And I think that's, we should all be extremely proud of. That's exciting to see for me. I do think when we step aside from that, there is a bigger issue of identity politics in the history of the triangle. You know, the relative novelty of the architecture as an identifier. Do I want to stand out in my neighborhood? We heard one of the tenants just talking about that from a sticker price point of view. But clearly the triangle amplifies the architectural autonomy of these objects compared to other ways that we can design them that would fit in to the lexicon of the neighborhood in more different ways, which I would couple with questions about the site plan, which touched upon. We could get into the granular stuff, but I'd like to start from that perspective because there's a particular history and political agenda to the triangle that was argued in the mid-century. In terms of, I do not think you can argue it from an engineering perspective that geodetic domes as homes, as kits and parts, as self-made kits and parts were rolled out relatively prevalently in the mid-60s. We still see remnants of it around different parts of the country. So can you guys talk a little bit about the choice as a community builder? And I think that, that to me, one of the big things about ADU, setting aside the technical issue, is how this talks to this. And what this space means, whether that's intergenerational, whether that is two different tenants, all college students, how you activate that void is probably more important than the language of either of the buildings. And so that space with these triangulated objects, I think, has a lot of pressure.
Don't make a response. All furniture. The bed, the loft, but they're not practical. Structurally, spatially. I think there are good arguments. That's not argue over that.
Yeah, I think these are very important. Definitely one that, and I appreciate that question, and I think it's something that we also think about when we get to try to wrap our heads around these issues. I think from a site, when we talk, to answer your first question, you asked about standing out. And that was one of the first discussions we had as a box was, do we want to stand out and be objects on the site, or do we want to be hidden? And I think part of the response we were trying is it does create a lot of these A-line roofs from certain facades. And that was, and as we saw from a lot of the houses in Metropolis, there are a lot of A-line roofs, it's a lot of the central history of the neighborhood. And that was sort of our way to. That being said, these obviously don't blend in. And there's no arguing that, especially with sheer amounts of solar panels and overhangs and just, and I think when we're proposing this new technology, there's a lot to be said about creating a presence. And I think this was our sort of response to trying to accomplish both. But I don't necessarily know if we could have, I mean, look, there's always ways we can improve that, but I think that was all my preference.
Yeah, I think that one of the other things which is interesting is about how the area is changing right now. Maybe looking that into our structure and following that. One of the things I noticed when we were drawing our site plan or section was that from certain angles, the structure can look and blend in. So from like this perspective, looking down at it, it looks very much like the house that we have in front of it. But from a different viewpoint, it would be something. In a lot of ways that represent what's happening in the area and also as well. Whereas we have one area that has something else established for a lot of years, and now we get something new that's taken. So a lot of ways the structure is kind of expecting and committed to what's happening.
Sorry, I think there's an argument that you could say that it looks like hip roofs and otherwise. I don't think that's the most beneficial way to begin to argue. I think what you were just talking about, which is sight lines and perception, might be a different way to think about it than materials and geometry. Like even at that level, because it never aligns with the perimeter of the site, it's constantly agitating its misfitness and its misbehavior, I would say, on the site, rather than aligning with those. So you can tell me this elevation fits, but then when I see that it's labeled like this, that would not be, we would not see that in another part of the neighborhood. I'm assuming there are buildings or many buildings that have kicked in front. Side, right? So, powerful.
No one would argue. There are, you could go with the parking space, which I think is something you should consider as well, as you add on the front or the different corner side. That's not, but or how that it always sort of moves stuff. I think that the way you're showing things. Photographs from the street and then these things poking out and maybe appearing in different ways. It also will affect the relative size of these things. Like, for example, if you have a mental presence or a more modest one, to me, it's not the condition, the separates it, but it's a great dialogue. Along the same line, also the way in which you start much happier with the way we shading. Just say, well, wall reshaped top. Like the Wexler, you fabricated steel houses in spring. Some of two of them have granite roofs, and they're so much better than the ones in the flat roof because it allowed a clear start condition that then elevated what was a relatively modest mid-century condition. Like the high school were much more pure. There should be certain spatially as well as
street face and the community more. A lot of us wanted to not go above the height of the ridge of the roofs. So we kind of wanted to avoid that one because there, Frank, when we visited his house, you could see this huge addition that towered over a lot of the other houses, and it was ugly and blue, and just not pretty, and it didn't really add to the neighborhood much. So I think we were all kind of wanted to step back and understand how our buildings can fit, but not be this giant eyesore. Like you're saying, where we would have to either choose to be on the side, or we wanted to fit in there. Specifically on the COVID site, we did have to address the street front quite a bit. This is the street, so that's largely why a lot of this, why there's all the screens that we were speaking about, and why we have this kind of piece into the site and through it and continue down the street. On the parking thing also, what was nice about the police site was it's actually less than a walk away from the bus stop. So it kind of starts our school.
This is the bus stop.
Yeah, it is.
Across the street.
Yeah, so it really starts to pull on the idea of an interconnected city and an interconnected community. If you were paying attention to any of the transportation references and stuff in Austin, that you're really trying to push for a more connected Austin. And so we're really trying to pull on that idealist future and the idea of really, like you're saying, approaching the street in a more weighted way, something that is less hidden and more celebrated, especially with this very, very defined street front, and that it's not really taking over the properties.
Adaptation of the interior spaces. And it's also on the phone. So field condition, at the same time, having a presence, but object of stable. Shouldn't building. Confidence. Triangular, part.
Because in the beginning, we explored many and what it came up to is the triangle. I really encourage you to embrace it. And particularly because if we go back to the discussion of responding to block subdivision. We have to also recognize that we all need is also invented and imposed somewhat. And I mean, maybe not dissimilar to the mid-century reference, there is a desire to come up with new paradigm, which form symbols, right, that we're connecting to maybe more logical or more planetary systems that are maybe larger or they're always underlying before the Cartesian takes place. So, and that's a very, very bold and very paradigm shifting position. And still, when it gets on the ground, when this, system or this planetary desire gets landed on the ground, it has the same conditions, the conditions of the trees. So I would say that in each of the studies, there were maybe the existing conditions that pushed this system to start adapting fit in those conditions, and that one is definitely more organic and more trees on that side and farms, there, so it's much more active. And I guess this is the middle of the block and the building has more of a natural presence. That there was a lot of discussion about the different ways that this system manifests itself at edges that maybe betrays its modular form. But on the inside, and somewhat a little bit more than now. Elevation versus this created more small but monumental. We have that small footprint. I would say that maybe the desire geometry is goes similar, completely different way of connecting to our new paradigm. And that's now we have to shift our consideration of blocks, property lines, and water. So trees.
To me, that's not a foregone conclusion, but I think like each of these test cases have different things they're dialing up and down that I think are really good questions. And I think we can layer on top of that the spatial texture of these suburban interventions in the identity politics. And I think the triangle does not preclude whether you could align with those spatial textures deeply. So I would expect radical complementarity in some cases, extreme diffusion in another case, which this seems to be arguing. It may be something in between. I mean, my knowledge of ADUs in LA, which I think is amongst the most prevalent, if not the most prevalent application, is in the first decade, you see projects like Morpheus 2468 house, which is a kit of parts that's an autonomous object behind the house. But when Mark and Sharon renovated that, which was understanding the lot as two different characters. There's the front house and the character of the back one, which these two seem to be arguing pretty heavily. They actually made it less clear that those were two. And they give it a much higher intensity of cohesion so that it feels like one. And so, I think those are very different political agendas. You're either registering the tenant in the rear as a different population, if I give that more autonomy, or I'm suggesting that somehow they're kind of quietly co-living in that space without architecturally rendering the separation of that community. And it could be in between strategies like this. Like this is basically an net. That's how I would see it. This is the reality. I can't, in an ideal situation, I don't know that's available. It's just, that's all we are. And it's just a kind of trellis that fills the backyard. So I think that if it's not so insistently beholden to the triangle, and there's a little more elasticity put in here, this would be one critique on it. I could imagine you could dial up those three continuations, depending on what an individual homeowner might want to do. Each of them would have pros and cons that could be studied. All of these, as Kevin was saying, to your comment, Jay, zippering and triangulating the backyard space to interdigitate between units is a whole study. I can imagine being very compelling to some community members, and some people who would want to deviate from the lines as much as other people might want to understand it really is why do that. So why do that?
There's the principle like power efficiency, all like the goal. They want to own that goal. And I love this notion that I'm just thinking about one. You have frame is that future, right? A lot. One that really not having a larger size plan of the neighborhood. There's a lot of see it stand out from the docking geometry that we're saying about neighborhood, but it creates an overlay geometry of a new presence that is self-assured, powerful, like compose new different ways to live. So one of the problems with film difficult period of the rights work was that they were always so single. Understanding the singular artifact, they always have that problem. And so for like what is weird. See it as a larger system. So like owning that is a development thing. Like people like a way you can trade with communication if you were, but I like it. You know, it's a topic they might ignore, but over the depth of many of the things might actually suggest something that could the dialogue with them, not overwhelmed this onto a quite dynamic site, property often rolling with the green.
It would be really interesting to see more commission. This one taken out. What's the big one?
Thank you a lot.
There's a direct challenge. There's a direct challenge. That's totally good.
But we should have printed it. Oh, there you go.
I think what she said is, if, to everybody's point, to some extent, there's a marketing aspect to the boldness of what it's telling, right? And as individual bits and pieces, it's kind of like icon zero, right? Zero house is not their end. That's just a proof of concept. To some extent, people are talking about this as if this is a concept. Really, I don't think that this really wants to be constrained and remain ADUs. If it's going to unlock the ability to run in and around the trees and under the trees, with these covered spaces that are outdoors and a different way of living, with this like statement of intent, it would be really cool to see this as not trapped in the backyard. But interesting to see where the neighborhood is going to look like with respect to the pre-existing community here.
When owning them, I think assets that I immediately see, this is a can turn its back on the existing unit and only have a front porch here. For example, open up to like these neighborhoods or in Brooklyn, that easement space in that backyard could be understood as a bigger part when you get a lot of these in, you flip it. And you don't assume this is front conceptually. That tinkering of the backyard spaces work. You know, this alignment, because this one does align differently than this one does in terms of symmetry. So when I rotate it out to get this alignment, and it's T, this still feels like the front. This seems to be putting more pressure on this space, whereas this one. I think those ways of beginning to see that, not necessarily to diminish what they've been doing, but to think about how you own that as an argument for new understandings of property. I think could be very provocative. But by putting the second agent in the backyard and actually opening up a larger perceived community, even if I can't move between lot lines, that could have a very different texture and character in the neighborhood that could be very directed to the community.
So weird, it's like, I don't think we have recognized. Typically, when you do also the 10-foot setback on the rear. Typically, they will put it just at that, so that the backyard maintains its relationship to the house, and that 10-foot swath ends up being belonging to the ADU, either off the rental or the secondary. Right? So by putting it in the middle, kind of allowing these things to kind of have that is a kind of very curious thing. And that's why I want to see this as a larger system. Because I wonder, like one thing from this alley, get this, even more, I remember push forward the kind of alley house kind of idea before we had the ADU emergency. People were always proposing that there was a whole different kind of community that would happen along the alley that happened on the street. And you can imagine that, to your point about a new kind of habitation. You know, the fences come down, is there a different kind of world that happens in that 20-foot slot between this ADU and that one that is different than this? Right. And that seems like it should shape the identity of these things.
Well, how do you grapple with issues of, so we've seen newer heated structures and they all have the same. It's definitely in a very different language than driving at the also in the same old houses, new houses. So how do we at the time prepare to create or present this new technology and like scalability without creating that same context that's
So first one, Jack, everyone aware of the teamwork is really impressive when we broke down. It seems as though there's nowhere to hide. Often it's working as a whole thing, it's a big group. It's the way you broke down the team to listen to this seems like a lot of so, I have a couple of thoughts on that to work in a little bit. And the first was I think that's being concerned about the triangulation project being as rigid as the Cartesian. That's something you could see. So it's and it's just like one public just the triangulation. And it got me thinking, could there not have been an explain why circle? Could there have been rectangular variance that could be part of this? Partly to allow for more site specifically, but also just to allow that flexibility of harassment. This, I would say, is even more rigid than what and I appreciate each of these scenarios that you can at some point, especially in a realistic, going in a different way. So if someone else coming in and saying we have the answer for your community, these are AUs after all. And there isn't there really is a cat. And if you believe that Austin before landmark commission defines when they try to leave a historic house in their backyard, they'll allow an ADU and they don't hold that.
he's saying is that that doesn't impact the neighborhood visually. If it's beyond the main house and within all the constraints of maximum 100 square feet, that's what the size of the house. And I think that HSC is more stringent than I think there should be in a lot of cases, but the fact that they sort of say that's a whole other world. Yeah, that to me is like, okay, actually, we really could do something more radical without perhaps impacting the neighborhood visually, because you don't have the right of way to street and you are sort of within a field that these things are good. But I still think the triangle itself is holding you back into a certain extent, and there's trying to a few more puzzle pieces to perhaps answer all these questions. And the same thing in terms of material power, and the fields being changeable, and the things that the openings. So maybe I'll use this long, but I think this good time to. I think the one thing that we are missing is the getting a sense of the experience in spaces, perspectively or in terms of atmosphere. So if you were to make an argument that you're, and that would be a whole area of projects that would be able to talk about the impact of, let's say, for example, the amount of elections that you would need. What are the different types of efforts to achieve that, and how what it really sets with respect to aggregation and how it all works through? I think it becomes a little more believable. It's not just a system of construction, or just it ties back to something a little bit more atmosphere. And that might have led to an intelligent way of dealing with the atmosphere. And you might have a lot more variety for different scenarios, with more southeast west, or when there are treatments and not. So I think there are plenty of ways to use more variety and make ways to work off of what you started, but let yourself free from the always need to do that with people.
Also, explore statements of even from the cases research about housing prices, waste and stuff. Obviously, if this is a statement of intent, it's not like we end up making this one product, and that would be the only product ever made. And that would take a long time. The idea, I think, that it is a system. I know what you guys have done is pretty amazing, but there's, to be clear, the will of the architect is very floor panels themselves are sort of beautiful complex. And then you skin them with plywood, and then inside that it can be substantially. You can also infill on beams. You have far fewer concrete here, right? The point is more the will to create a system that would allow for this type of production easily, cheaply, effectively modular. No, we wouldn't end up with, okay, we need a triangular house and that's it, we're done, right? That's probably not what is better.
But organizational strategy, which is quite extraordinary. Such a good question you asked. That's with the one that comes out. Maybe why you guys need to look at this thing as something, all of the neighborhoods might can't. But I think what owns this is, and I believe that in that sort of way that they're trying to write the big question is terms that started with and the way to get to that question has to be how you inculcate a level of adaptability into the presence of the thing. My mind, the path we didn't take that I think led a little fruitful is the one that set up learning center. What's the lead center history in the process? The core elements of architecture will define the creative now. Find a structure that can be independent of the walls, right? It's sort of root structure. It allows the wall and the thermal edges to be built to be much more flexible. And that's the moment we get imagine that roof is high enough, you can straight, I don't know, 8 foot thing, but data line, under which you can put windows and doors, and sometimes there are something like that, and over which you can put something else. That might give you a level of flexibility that you don't have in this system. Filling those walls in as set panels or whatever they are in this singular pattern makes it much more rigid and allows the geometry, the primary presence of this thing. And I think that's where you kind of get a lot of flexibility. System that it belongs to get this to go. It would give you flexibility. I think it answers the question and allows you to have a kind of ownership of the house or the building. That some of the problems that David brought up earlier don't exist. The problem with the digital dome or that it was so overarching that it didn't allow for the great way the architect. I think that same sense of flexibility should be taken into construction. I so admire the agenda that and right, this is a start. It's not too much it's amazing you got all this done and that done, and it's an extraordinary amount of work and accomplishment. But it seems to me that one of the things that is incredibly important when building something that is not a model, but actually building is to build in a level of flexibility so that it could happen. I did second building that I built where I tried to use a productive system that didn't exist anymore. And I was shocked at like trying to put an angle, and the angles didn't appear in the corner. And it was just really a problem. Because they were supposed to, but they weren't right. And because it wasn't system made with precision, we certainly had a level of precision here, but it seems to me that it would be a valuable exercise to say, like, what can I make more flexible? Great about the foundation system. Here for the amount of, for the amount of space, and here if it's rock and we can keep. If it's expensive soil, which you often get around big trees, they become very expensive. So like, there's a way to solve that. But the great thing about it is that you can actually put them, you can get quite close to the tree, because you don't have to have a wall with cut roots. But they also need to be able to move them. They can't have to geometrically be always in this spot, or you have to move the whole house. And I don't think it would be a hard thing to start to imagine I can use this system, not have everyone of those points. I feel like it's the same thing with like the way the walls come together and things like that. The multiplication of joints in this system is suggests that you should get folks where they come together to have flexibility for construction tolerances, but also for some kind of joy that will not weather well, but also traits. But I think to me that's the thing that I would be the next phase of this, because I think she's completely all completely at the work and level of
I think that idea of the slip, and it, except for, if I remember right, it's the difference between the malware and the bond. Do you guys remember this? Students? Malware and the bond are two different kinds of walls that Kevin's inciting. So I don't know if I got them right. I may have to do it, but a malware is a wall that's a structural shear wall that is aligned with the plane of the structure, and a bond is a wall that's not necessarily structural. It's a spatial type. It's driven more by social and programmatic and spatial priorities. And there are two different kinds of walls in most systems. I think one of the ways I could reread what you're doing is to really say that the system that you're proposing is mostly the root. And as soon as I then liberate the perimeter of the building and the floor from that system, I think the resilience of identity politics, thermal performance, spatial performance, architectural striking, this I think opens up a whole new territory. Right now, I feel like it's very plan driven. triangle persists, and it hasn't yet really understood its mechanics as a system, which when I read it, most of it's loaded in the roof. That's the gravity drainage, that's the solar. And so it could be an argument that this is really just a different roof system that actually gives me a free plan, which this does, but may not result in triangulated perimeters or decks. All three of those systems could have slight deviations from one another, where you could have overhangs of roofs that are bigger than the perimeter. Rooms bigger, or I could use decks to resolve some of what we were talking about before. This could come over and hit the property line, assuming there's not easements required. The decks oftentimes those are more attainable. I think that horizontal striation could be a very different way to read the system that will get you out of some of the problems, because I appreciate a lot of the thoughtfulness that went into these components as it's being brought up, but I'm not sure they demand the same amount of architectural attention and or climatological attention as the roof. If I were to pick, if somebody said I could BE 2/3 of this, and I were you guys, I would say, okay, we can't get rid of the roof. We've got to have, because this, can you put this up for me? I mean, this as a landscape, I think is incredibly compelling, right? That you just move under that in the back. That's enough. I mean, I wonder if that's enough. You could think about this, think about the system really as I mean, strategically, you guys are meeting with some members of the community this afternoon. I'm guessing, and I brought up the issue that I did in politics because they could see these as reinforcing a sense of alienation and territorialization. These ADUs are taking over my. So I think as soon as you compress it into a roof, it's quite a bit more friendly. It's like, oh, it's a roof. It's a different roof system. It's not a different house system.
Yeah. Kind of like the Oregon housing project.
Yeah, it's got a partiality and incompleteness that could adapt to more normative systems or footprints.
Really love to have a so love to have but I think that we go with that. I'll pick that up. I mean, that's one that that decision you made, make that really good. System should be able systems that they got to work everything that relates to the triangle or might be. So many variables in what we do. So many, everything is swirling around. It's like that. The shells will remember, like spinning plates. The game show thing, spinning plates on sticks. It's like sometimes I just like that. You look for the things that are constant, like that pushing us. And so if your roof would be one, but there are other things that happen in the kitchen. Actually, you might look for something that is the heated modules. They were a separate module that dealt with that. And they could deal with that in a way they didn't force it into a triangle, but could actually understand it apart. You know that if you look at that in the part of the pre-church, community architect, John Proudet, if you want to look at it, he did a series of proposed a series of some of the like the modular houses. Right. Yeah. But the things that are difficult, the kitchen module is that by the king incomplete. You're doing the kitchen, that means that you fit it into it. The roof structure, and they call those the heart. They have to be careful with color that makes it easy to do well.
Yeah, we're kind to keep, when you're saying parts of systems especially. And so that's why a lot of the kind of.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just, well, I don't want to stop on this kind of conversation, so I'm not sure. You know, I do have to practice this, like saying, this is a brilliant thing. And what you really want to see in something like this is something that is a question, and not just a solution. And you feel like there's so many different questions that we want to solve to this. There's so many different processes that things are invested in. And there's so many different methods for engaging with it, such that I imagine every student in class. Looking at every student in class, and I'd love to hear from you about this. You know, have a possibility to insert themselves in this, to sort of pull out the learnings that they themselves. We all have pigeonholed and we have to use this particular software to look at this problem in this particular way. You're going to produce this type of thing. Each one of you engage in this and extract what it was that you were real about, yet at the same time also be confronted with what the questions because precedent for the brilliant. But I think we're focusing on the solution, and I think there's some fabulous questions that we should be foregrounding. And you know, one of the difficulties I think it's something that has held us back now. Is we're too quick to the solution. We want there to be a solution. We want there to be a broad solution. We want it to be embedded in everything that we do so that we can name that as an answer. And you know, what I think is happening within this project, and what I see as its greatest potential, is it's actually sort of forcing us to step away from the questions. Because if the solution is, guess what, we solve affordability and we solve sustainability, accessory building, done. Now let's make it beautiful accessible. That's not the way we should be thinking about it. We should be thinking about sort of asking those questions through the lens of, you know, what is the strategic insertion? What is the strategic sense? So all isn't going to neatly be wrapped up in one way. So I was interested in the water question because, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, maybe that isn't resolved, fully resolved with that skill. You can think that for the smallest unit, maybe you can pass it back and forth. For a larger unit, you might be able to talk to it. For the community center, you might actually be able to do something else. And so it's every different way to look at it, but we have a tendency to want it all to be resolved, a tiny house or a building. And so beginning to think about these things that we build in these kinds of units, so that's to make sure it's really built. But most of these systems and processes don't exist at this scale. So we don't get the truncate of this immediately resolve, and it's the sort of fallacy of the net zero energy building. Is that actually doesn't resolve anything. You like to advertise that it does resolve. So even with sort of the idea of energy within this, I probably shouldn't do my lesson on why it's really that difficult to pay for. It's actually really increasing your energy. And so it's if I'm in an environment that has wind power driven grid, I can rush to use the grid. If I'm in an environment that doesn't quite have that, then there's going to be a scale at which these things are greater efficiency. And it isn't just going to be truncated. Right. That's just sort of an example of, you know, how we start to think about these different things. So the accessory dwelling units teach you down at a small scale. So what is it that we can resolve most at that scale? What is it that's something that for this neighborhood you think, yeah, if we have a whole neighborhood going on this, we could actually do solar power. Can't do it on the individual. I can do it for a neighborhood. I could really sort of like solve water problems. Also, on a neighborhood, larger, flatter sort of system and use rapid. There's all those types of things that what can I achieve for that person, in that place? What can I achieve for the group? What can I do in terms of contributing to reducing embodied pollution materials? What can I do to improving affordability? Think about these all the questions, and each one of these questions, allows you to explore it in a different way. Tease out something that you can really resolve and understand that skill, but at the same time, it's still simple. And how we consider other things that we need to start with. Those of us, all of us who do need to start thinking, yes, we can build units and buildings, but we've got to be thinking at different domains and different scales and figure out how the things that we put into place intervene on these large systems. But I love what you do. And I'm also thinking about, all the next steps that there's enough here, there's enough development here that I think we should be talking about building something. I think you're at that point, but if we can also test those ideas. And I hope that's something with this community. We think we have to focus. This is how great this project is. And how great it is. And can we leave that up for a while? I've been trying to figure out what we're doing. Okay.
I mean, I think the idea, Michelle, I was asking a similar question, could we imagine these as a kind of battery in the backyard?
Yeah.
Conceptually, and if it is, how does it begin to resolve bigger neighborhood issues of carrying capacity? And what parts of carrying capacity would you attenuate this for? So clearly, it's not gonna refute wholly the existing grid or a renewable energy grid. It's going to have to rely on the power grid and what pieces of it do you have to rely on? But what parts of it I think mitigate or begin to introduce and bolster carrying capacity in the neighborhood in a way that would be important in the next 15 to 20 years. And I'm not sure if that's water. I don't know the area well enough. Yeah, but I would imagine water is a big one. Right. And that harvesting it would be really important. And that communities, if I have 20 of these in them, and these can share water resource, they act as a kind of water battery. They conserve that power over time and could be shared to, as you have all said, to reduce the stress on the existing system. I think those prioritizations of different types of carrying capacity would begin to suggest other directions this could take. Because then it may not, solar may not be as important. And I love the 3 different routes, but I think with Michelle's suggestion to understand these as lines of inquiry, a hipped roof versus a sawtooth versus a flip tip, all do different things with water. One pushes them to the perimeter, one pushes them in gutters on lines, one makes it radial and centralized. And if I just took that question about carrying capacity of water, how does that beat a flat roof? Because that's what you were suggesting, right? But typically you collect it. Right, we need height. And so I think, those, it starts to introduce other architectures. If you really see that roof as another kind of ground that has been land, there's a different type of carrying capacity. When I get 50 to 100 of these in the neighborhood, it has a territorial impact that I think could be quite profound.
Doesn't have to be. I mean,
Yeah, could be.
does everything have to be resolved in our
Right.
We all have to be all in. As we think, this is the other thing I was really encouraged in something like this. Multiple ways of thinking about what modular unit, might be developed, the modular unit might be other kinds of systems. What points do we have to think about? Layering in the sort of other kinds of built structure that would function other than.
Right. Because people might just want to put one of these wood towers as a cistern just to help their original unit, and it may not have a dwelling component with it. I mean, you could imagine that kind of resiliency being here. I think this is a very good point, where you could buy into the system with just one umbrella. Other people could buy into it and buy enough of it, which you might have a dwelling associated with it. Other people may just use it as a backyard trellis over a deck. All of those could, in theory, collect water if you're channeling it through the roof and you don't have to. And those would improve capacity, but wouldn't necessarily suggest that every stock is an ADU. Some of those could be really just seen as an outdoor cistern. Others could be a trellis, a patio, and others could be.
And then there's another level that is bigger and maybe the community. This is we're talking about like different processes that are not just. The ideas that you all have about how people occupy. And the one who talked about how she imagines for her elderly parents and herself. Just to think about this is the income generation, running it out. You have to be thinking that this might be an easy way to do expansion so that I can do an additional business. Everybody has a different idea about what it might mean to how many other kinds of things like community pulling together and supporting designing from home housing to sort of the multi-generational to the cooperative this sort of idea. This is also a way to facilitate new ideas of what it's not the single family unit as well. It's also sort of like multiple ways of single family. Yeah, the perfect reason that all of these you don't even have to care about sustainability. You don't have to care about the community. You also care about just sort of our work. I think you can also care about constructability. You care about how people live together. What is the community there? Every community. So this is a question I have for you all. From the brief, what did you all want to see? In the beginning, when you heard this analysis presentation, why heard this? What drew you all to this?
I can see that a little bit. I was not to the fact that it was a realistic thing for me, not some nebulous. I'm excited to be able to actually work on prototype. I think personally it's a sheer range of research, but also interaction with community. I don't have that in the studio, to be able to sit down and interview 3, 4, 5 members and really see what the user needs and be able to apply that into a built system. It's a different kind of investigation. It's a lot of design studios investigating formally, investigate, like I was just saying, more abstractly. This is a lot deeper investigation of very literal things, for example, the floor plates or the cistern, or how things fit directly on sites, but across multiple sites. It's just a lot more holistic in terms of the building as opposed to first.
Not necessarily. I initially, because the way I approach my graduate school is more, I think I'm doing project that is more here. So I'm kind of my weakness, like I really know how to construct, and being able to build a prototype is half scale. I think I was have done that before, that we need to think about what does that mean when we draw a drawing, what's that line mean, how to put together.
That makes some consequences. Yeah, I think we all often scratch our heads after a project's completed. It's not right. That's why we call it practice.
That's
right?
my daily life. I don't know.
How did I do that? It's so difficult. It's so easy. And these are, I think, wonderful things to learn, but none of these tenants have seen these. They've seen previews of it or not at all?
We showed them at the interviews, yeah, some of the colleagues, others, Frank built the case, and yes, they've seen.
What was their response?
Frank was more so just like amazed the fact that he could possibly have that. But I don't think the entire good process, but he said that he wants to leave Austin, but he definitely was very, like, I think the person was very positive about the opportunity to help him pay for his lot, which is not a side of him we had seen before, so it was a tangible for him. That made him change his perspective on how he lived his life. That was really interesting to like this.
So what became apparent during this very polarized debate, right, is that as an investor for 20 odd something years in, doesn't like this change, and is not resident with this moved in, that is going to embrace this change. But I think one thing that was really successful was when we did see it out, it was very accepted, no matter what side of the debate that it.
Yeah. Yeah, which is two of these three properties, right? Yeah.
And his wife is the one talking about. So we heard voices.
And they are design build. He's a design build architect.
Has been, I'm not sure if he still is.
But that's why he was buying multiple lots.
Also an element of user experience. I think a lot of us look at these systems, technologies, have a little bit afraid of how we can implement them. Just because it's so different from how we've done it. A lot of us are currently living. So I think, Mr. Your question, that's another element of understanding how we as a user can live with these new technologies.
Sure, I just want to thank you very much for appreciate your point about the 30% of people versus solution. And I think that maybe for the student, I think that we're pursuing school, student wants to design something, so the solution is always the end of the student project. Questions are very interesting. I just think things are really, what to build is actually to what been laying out the next set of projects. Well, what I want to say is that at the GreenCore school, we did try similar set of computers that we could say existing structure, still prolonging its involved energies. So the same set of inquiries are the whole idea can apply in different regions and more climate and economical situations. But I think here, what I would also like to understand is that it's spend solutions to people. Here, there isn't this particular phenomenon that ADA is going to take over and being rapidly different. And so there is this other underlying system that's being rolled out. And no matter if the architects think or not, it's going to happen. So to wrap yourself onto something like that is almost being optimistic. So we talk about this next year, right? Like, if there's going to be 500 being built every year, or maybe 1,000 every year, right? Maybe the solution is never going to be perfect. But you have to have a provisional, solution that can be rapidly deployed to even take advantage of this phenomenon that's happening in this sector. Response needed, right? So I think one of the desires of the students, many of the scientists, be, that's my way also maybe looking at it. And how can it be almost like you're clicking, buttons on the website, and when you go to IKEA, you literally buy it, and you don't have to hire anyone to do it. The more intelligent options on the system is, the more expertise you need involved for that. So in practice, maybe the IKEA kind of a little bit dumb solution, approach. I think maybe there's a same rigidity that's embedded in the education styles. I just want the students to understand that it's not I would say that failure with like negative criticism, but you need to understand also like the situation, the positive.
And that wasn't here. And that had its own constraints and hardships to work with the different structure, there was some training. You look within the cycle. In this situation, this sets you up for a bottom-up solution that has some promise and incredible hardship within set the system. And you're fighting so many different things. And we talked a lot about geometry today with that also does only be more than the video is that among the conditions of construction there are expectations of how people and each of being in the system is already the system completely happy. And you're stepping in this is and it makes it especially if it's needs to be something a little bit different. So you're asking very difficult questions that require attention, cultural intervening, construction in terms of all these things, but all for a very positive reason. A lot of us show what is this environment, the way to frame this that maybe goes to Britain's point about marketing. That one there says a lot of foundation. So if you're selling a system, you're selling something that's much larger than just it's much broader than that. And I think there's packaging of this that means like everything part of that. That's fantastic. Rather than trying to sell this form that we have 3 options. I appreciate that. But I think that's actually what more complicated. I just wanted to mention that. I really appreciate that, seeing that. Looking at that, they were constrained really wrong. They had challenges, but also have opportunities to justify work and very clear about it. Here's an instance of limits. So that's so exciting. It's so exciting. Often the bag that goes along with that how that not to accept all the references of that's just whatever changing change the world. But if you still do simple changes there, how does this segue with some things that are actually part of the vocabulary, that furniture, or appliances, or lines to draw. What are the things we're inventing? What are the things that we're not inventing in the shape for
outcome like that thing. Sometimes change concept, they get something else. Your tendency in these things.
I think one of the things that's being discussed here is critique. One that I share, maybe other members of the jury do not, but what I'm hearing is generally a critique of research that's teleological, which means it has a conclusion that could be definitive and may not have additional consequences. I solve it, it's done, checked off, and move forward. I think architecture, while it is very projective, and involves different levels of world building and creativity, probably one of the mistakes in modernity was that teleological understanding. And I think one of the areas that's being brought up here is how do you understand the epilogue of what you learned from it, you prospect it, and use that to project. This is a debate that I've been having with various colleagues on the East Coast, but is most specifically with Jesse Weiser and Andrew Lamotta, who have a book called Projects and Their Consequences. And I think one of the interesting things about their practice is their buildings serve as a kind of mid-review for bigger problems that they're working. They don't see the building as it solves something or it appeased the community. It actually opens up other layers of inquiry and observations that might inform other projects that they're doing. That's the consequence of the project. And I think that idea that you solve it actually dismisses our accountability for our actions. And it's a quite important ethical framework for understanding research, that there is a very tangible empirical side to this. So I'm alarmed when I hear you guys suggesting that the tenants found this copacetic. They might be nervous sharing with you their inhibitions about it, but I am certain if you planted one of these in their backyard, it would draw criticism from surrounding neighbors or them. And I think learning from them what those areas of stress are and discomfort are would be a very valuable, as you don't want, in other words, the session you're going to have this afternoon, the way I would measure it is not, oh, they're all cool. You're bringing them to a major institution, you're surrounding them with other experts. They're going to be pretty timid within these walls. But one of the things I would encourage you to try to provoke is what do you really not like about this? I want to know what the big problems are for me as an architect to learn from it and take forward. Is it the identity? And I think there are, what's great about the studio and in my mind, that kind of epilogue, consequential posture of it, is I could imagine policies that a conversation with community could begin to introduce. Could you develop a policy where an ADU has to have a certain amount of water conservation built into it? That said, if you're going to do ADUs, they have to do that. Maybe that's one part of a conversation with the community, and that could drive a lot of different architectures. But the policy and the finance are things that I think are two arenas to get feedback from the community. I could give a monetary value to intergenerational living that produces benefits in the insurance and healthcare industry. That's a known quantity in Singapore. There are housing models that have studied that in Asia, and those can be billions of dollars. Would that have value in this community? Could that be another way of understanding EDUs that has some specificity? I think those kinds of consequences and reframings would be different launch pads to move this into. That would be one of the, most of these students are graduating or some portion. Or none of you. There's none of you are even better. But either way, wherever you're at, I think those are things you want to fold into future projects and things are moving forward that I would find to be exciting and hopefully stimulating for you to understand as you move it forward.
One way to think about it is at the office, the other way is thinking about it always is you can see that it's hourglass. It's almost like, you need to train your muscle as the students, train your muscle to understand that how a research in the larger increase, set up increase can lead to, tangible architecture solutions. So once you train that muscle, then you can relax, that you can release that, tensity, release that in the muscle. But also, like, filter out, okay, how can this body deal or not deal with certain things? Is this the scale to deal with this? Or probably this is not the scale to address, and you all know that this is not a scale to address all of the issues. And to understand like the filtering mechanism, and then, this is the moment that you literally commit the other way and say, okay, these are the set of tangible, architectural response to those things. Now, how will you breathe air, light contaminations, positively into the system, and that is more elastic and expensive. I feel that it's a mirroring second set of studio that needs to happen after any of this studio.
That would be fabulous. But so now is bringing, say, the same products and for races, this person, but when the 20th anniversary of the release of the partner, I'm inviting the author from her. Where we really want to send and she gave us an amazing talk, about, and a lot of it sort of reminding us that psychology is not about sort of circling in wagons, what you're doing with it, sort of improving the balance between, fact that the developing world is going to come to go through a series of phases of actually environmental destruction on their path to achieve some of what those who perhaps already have. So some of that those of us who have, I think I'm just going to speak this a little bit on the line because I think we have had grace to catch up with those that are conflict. And so at the end of the lecture, everybody in the audience have questions and verses. If only we could just everybody get a new song. If only we could geoengineer the entire atmosphere. Solved. If everyone had an idea that some singular solution that would fix sustainability and it would be over. And she gave the most amazing answer, and I'm going to use the answer for everything I talk about because it's not sustainability. She said that sustainability is not a solution. It's not sort of difficult. It's serious, really difficult and questions that we continue the rest of the day after day after day. Each thing that we try, we want a little bit more and a little bit less. As long as we continue to do that, so that's all we have. That's all. And so I want to get back to the point about this is that that's something in Austin, we are building so fast that we actually get to test through building. We get to test through our mistakes. We get real time feedback. I mean, of architecture, and we've been able to real time see the results of what we do. And so these are part of that. These are part of, we don't have to wait and we figure out what's optimal or ideal. We have to build, and we have to build now. So we have to sort of take each thing as presenting those opportunities to question mistakes, but also to question where we might help this community. I just love what you guys did. And it's so rich, all
And knowing that this is a series of increases, at every step, there are going to be a lot of insufficiencies and mistakes that we look at. And we open it up for
Or not necessarily just that they're family, but, you know, it is what we have. It is what we do.
We're also talking about what's the lead. More. See this, you see it. Now, we'll do that another way. One, and then.
One thing I love, about that a lot of people feel that they can go there, like mistaking which doesn't happen to me any other country that I you know, the first thing you say when you go to then you call experts. And one aspect I can imagine this also the community online, you know, of creating experiences of like, oh, what did I do and what did you do, and you know, and all the kind of the hacking, you know, that the intelligence and knowledge building that come with this involving more people and making them more accessible.
Open source.
Yeah, open source.
Evolve.
I mean, I think one way to see this within the context of what's being raised in Austin is, and we see it in New York City in other ways, but oftentimes finance and entrepreneurial models will eclipse and happen sooner than municipal policy. And so we could see that as an intractable problem that contributes to the climate crisis. You could flip that over and say, what entrepreneurial and accelerative strategies could I use to establish policy? Which I think would be a very interesting way to read this, which is if the economics and finance of property ownership in Austin is leading to dual ownership on quarter-acre lots, you know, could we use this neighborhood to accelerate a few examples that could potentially drive or influence policy? Seems like in New York, and I suspect it's true in Austin, if you had a certain constituency, and this might be a right neighborhood for this, where there's enough of it, we can demonstrate certain advantages that could give lift to a policy that could be more broadly arced across the municipality. So I think to that extent, the kind of trial and error, urban acupuncture, prototypical financial model that these are small investments that could potentially be done through individual homeowners that could give lift to if the policies as a form of community agency. And could be a way to discuss it with homeowners. If 20 of you do this, it could potentially develop other incentives than ones that are currently in place that could allow you to finance the properties further down the road. And that idea of policy making through building, I guess, seems to me would be a very, another scale to imagine the studio plugging into. Or, yeah, business improvement districts, land trusts, those are the mechanisms that foster that kind of action in New York City. I don't know what the equivalent is in Austin, but there are discussions with the DOT in New York City, and particularly in the East River Corridor, where we see a high concentration of private projects to allow, in effect, special economic zones, that there's special transit zones or special areas where certain building codes are shifted to test and trial and error. So I think municipalities, even in New York City, are looking for that kind of agility that could breed infrastructures through trial and error, some of which may not work and some of which might work. But I think that framework of policy, empirical policy making through demonstrated example is very contemporary. And we interested in it.
Very low density. Center of the city has so much. Column that more density, there's a lot of community or like want to change that. More density, higher there are, that could be effective. Super large. Not. Change.
But now there's more both regional and city scale. That mortgages that are through that mechanism requiring the homeowners to have to be able to live at certain density and not going to install and create. We have to increase our basic core and stop this problem. And at least result is that it results in installing so the city actually instituted city tax mortgage to bring people back to support and living higher than housing. That would require them to not live on the ground, which is a ownership, and would require them to share amenities, which is right? But those mortgages are incredibly attractive, right? So I could imagine that there's something similar that let's say that, well, you can have this higher AR, you can have a year that it needs to, give it very attractive mortgage that it needs to
something interesting that you have been dealing with, given the sustainability issue, is they did a lot of research into reality and where to source materials. So trying to think about picking materials locally, but then spreading that ideas more broadly, I think is sort of an interesting.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, and then we try
I slowly do that.
Well, we only did working with John. One of
Thank you, y'all.
So that, yeah, architectural practices are also present in the.
I do appreciate the chat.
Yeah. I should have checked before I said it.
Before you launch. As it turns out, I used to be an attorney. I never want to have that many
Yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of just sugar. Is that industrial design. We did this house. It is factor in. It's part of our installation space. Yeah.
It's.
Channel. Another channel.
Yeah, Mac can narrow.
Again.
A single curve.
Hey, Tori.
How's it going?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's sense.
Right. Well, I think we all complete. You guys don't need that one.
We were thinking of trying to sneak it down.
It's the
Lot.
It's the
Barbecue here. How
You
far?
can't come it perfectly, eventually it'll all come to the way the.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it'll end up where like two ends meet, they have to like touch up, because it can't just perfectly all the way. Yeah. We now.
Yeah, they need to come on.
Do you think you got an engine or you wanna?
I also think, she could come in and start looking around and, see where it'll go.
It's 13 minutes. I can ask. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
video again for our guests from Anthopoulos, and then we can have kind of more of a show and tell discussion. And if Frank comes, we can play the video again. I think we'll just kind of practice it, right? Okay, great. So maybe give 1 minute because we're gonna call. I know. What's happening? Y'all are movie stars.
Like all all word last semester. Okay. I was like, oh my God.
Hi, guys.
Great, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you so much for your
Yeah.
Results you make it feel.
Yeah, I mean.
We're gonna still play it for you.
As climate change threatens the existence of many major American cities, it is imperative that architectural design tackles sustainability at all scales. In recent decades, sustainable practices have been implemented in large-scale significant commercial projects. However, they are not commonly found in small-scale residential projects due to the high upfront costs of developing technology, as well as difficulty of changing culturally embedded sustainable options for small-scale construction and single-family homes presents an opportunity for innovation and experimentation. Our GreenCore.
An architecture design studio investigating new ways to introduce playful, modular, small-scale living in an urban context. By experimenting with the accessory dwelling unit typology, GreenCore addresses issues of density, sustainability, and affordability through an adaptable design. The result of our research is 3 prototypical mod homes.
Accessory dwelling units, commonly referred to as ADUs or creative flats, address the increasing need for housing in rapidly growing cities without contributing to urban sprawl. Each mod home design, developed by the GreenCore studio, integrates water, energy, and waste management systems while showcasing the efficiency of prefabricated construction. Ranging from 1 to 2 bedrooms, mod home ADUs house a variety of programs and number of occupants. ADUs maintain the visual character of the neighborhood while supporting the existing communities and their culture. The structural and spatial triangles seen in plan are derived from a shared modular triangular curve. All 3 designs employ the same construction method and system design guidelines while responding to site-specific requirements. Mod home's modularity and ability to be prefabricated using CNC technologies allows it to be an affordable option for homeowners to build and profit from, spurring economic growth.
I love ADUs. I've done research on them. I've written about them. I've never personally owned one or built one, but generally speaking, I think I'm all for ADUs. I think we should have more of them. In Austin, we're building, depending on the year, 300 to 400 of them per year. And I would love it if that number were 10 times the size of it is now.
There's a lot of unused space in most people's front backyards. So if you were to kind of tighten that up and add 2 or 3 houses or 4plexes or something like that, it would really allow for costs of properties to go down. So whoever's buying, you don't have to spend as much to make up the profit from the investor. Also a housing crisis in terms of just not enough inventory in the city. So 2, 3, 4 houses per property with small backyards would be a way to kind of keep the fabric of the neighborhood and character, while also potentially quadrupling the number of people who could live here.
Within the southeast region of Austin, Texas, adjacent to the Colorado River, is a 200-year-old neighborhood by the name of Montopolis. Nicknamed Poverty Island in the 1960s, the neighborhood's economic disadvantage and resiliency date back to its founding as a freedmen's town for sharecroppers after the Civil War.
This house is built on a property that went through the abatement process for Brad House. The house next door was built on a property that went through the abatement process for Brad House. That house over there was a Brad House. There's at least it does not have land block. Brad House and her would be at 10 o'clock at night and was to get down.
I grew up here in this neighborhood was that this was a real Hispanic neighborhood. You hardly ever saw any white people here. I grew up here with a lot of black people and a lot of Mexican American people here. I think what we've seen here in the last 5 years is nothing compared to what's going to happen in the next 5 years. It's going to push a lot of these people that are in this neighborhood now. They will eventually push them out. They will be able to afford to live here.
Today, Montopolis sits on the precipice of change. Within a rapidly transforming metropolitan area, it brings forward a conversation regarding affordability, multi-generational housing, and urban density.
There's no possible policy that can deliver a single family house on a quarter acre of land that's affordable to a middle income household. It's not possible. The houses in this neighborhood are going for somewhere in the 200 range, like mid 200s, 250 each was kind of what I would consider the median house cost for, fixer upper, but something that's livable. Now it seems like it's somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000 for the same house.
So we're like, some of these homes that are going up there, they're so expensive, like, the house on the corner over there, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's finished. And the house is basically 200 square feet bigger than this house. They want 775,000 for that house. That's crazy.
If you want people to not be displaced, the only way you can achieve that is by pairing anti-displacement policy with an acceptance of a lot of growth.
It just Austin is an exploding city, and now sometimes the bubbles. So it's come back.
The thing that's remarkable about Austin is the rate of growth doubling every 20 to 25 years. That's something you're more used to seeing in Europe rather than the United States. So it just makes it very unusual. But I do think that we could easily become the size of Houston or Dallas, Fort Worth. You know, we're at about 2.4 million. Each of those regions is in the vicinity of 6 to 7 million.
If I were to put an ADU here, it would probably be before I retire. And it'll probably be so that my mom lives there, so that she can watch the girls. So that would be kind of like phase one. And then once older, I would want this to live there to take care of me.
We have a different property on the corner from on top of us. And we're gonna develop that one because that one has direct access to both streets. So you can have at least 2 houses, an ADU.
Want it to be like made so that we can all interact from like your house, your house, your house.
You know, you can always buy more money if you want, but reducing the necessary footprint of a lot and house on it to optimize utility.
Given what we know about housing unaffordability, what we know about climate, given what we know about all these things, we're gonna have to fill in our existing neighborhoods with more housing. There's just no doubt.
While not included on a particular plot of land, non-home EDUs purpose to foster meaningful relationships across the Montopolis community. In the spirit of modular, affordable construction, GreenCore Studio has developed a prototypical ADU that tackles these issues. Water. Through the use of a cistern, rainwater is collected and stored within or beside the ADU. The slope of the modular roof system is strategically designed to optimize and direct the flow of water into designated collection points. Once collected, the water is filtered and transformed to potable water or non-potable gray water for use within the ADU.
Aquaponics. With the aim of supporting a more self-sufficient way of living, homeowners may choose to implement a media-bed aquaponics system in their ADU. Aquaponics is a spatially efficient and water-conserving method of growing food at home year-round. It harnesses a symbiotic relationship between plants and fish, in which the fish's waste provides nutrients for the plants. The media bed technique is inexpensive, simple to put together, and because the media supports plants like soil wood, it can support plants with roots of all sizes. Solar power. Photovoltaic panels are attached to the modular roof system at the optimal angle of 3 degrees facing south. These panels allow for solar energy to be harvested from the sun and converted to electrical currents. Heating and cooling. Through the use of an air-to-air heating and cooling system, the internal temperature of the ADU is easily regulated in a sustainable manner. A reversing valve allows the pump to both heat and cool the ADU regardless of outside temperatures. Passive cooling techniques such as natural and cross ventilation are also implemented. Waste. A compacting trash can allows waste to be collected less frequently. A gravity-fed RV toilet reduces water usage through a self-filling panel, and the kitchen is configured to place all food within the optimal line of sight for increased awareness of available produce. As a kit of parts, mod homes ADUs can be built without loud noise or heavy machinery, and they're designed to work with existing neighborhoods and infrastructure.
Urban sprawl caused by passive development creates detrimental outcomes for our cities and our planet. As Austin and many cities around the country grow at unprecedented rates, we must adapt a mindset of intentional, sustainable development.
A group of 13 architecture students, we set out to find inventive ways of addressing the dynamic challenges of the built environment. By applying pre-existing systems and technology, we were able to bridge the gap between small-scale design and sustainability. Through prefabricated construction as a kit of parts, homeowners can build their own modules ADU. Cistern technology allows occupants to be more water conscious, while solar technology makes ADU self-supporting. Furthermore, waste prevention methods and an air-to-air heating and cooling system make the ADU efficient while still comfortable.
Mod Homes is a scheme with a light touch and a large impact. Together, we at GreenCore are determined to address densification on a community and global scale. We design with the intention to make our planet and our way of life more sustainable.
You go outside first? Well, sure, yeah.
So sorry.
But. Oh, it's like.
Kind of how we did have the system to go with separate bags that so the top bags are rainwater and then it's really like this. Rainwater that's left in this plate we filter it again into the non-potable system and then we use for non-potable uses like irrigation or so this is just how we imagine the systems to be. They can be sized appropriately depending on the uses. The bag system is kind of more of an inventive way of how we're imagining these systems should be in a singular space, and it'd be more of a central use as opposed to more of a distributed use. So it's kind of an idea of trying to put everything in one place and make more use.
Go out.
Slap your head. The pool noodles on it. You sit in the chair. I'll hold you. I'm putting it in as a backup.
Well, not physical models, but I've seen the drawings.
I can show you the physical
So, yeah.
The chart staying on is a very good idea. Is this live stream? Oh.
Yes, in this situation, yes, I think that they consummated
Water, yeah, it's the rainfall, yeah. And so the whole system could hold like heat rainfall. I think the most recent is staying on right on 2007. And I'm pretty sure it was for this square footage is not. And so this system to scale up, obviously at the appropriate size would hold 50 gallons. The biggest issue was that we would struggle in periods of drought, periods of rainfall, as a system that I think a little bit. Thankfully, Austin actually is wettest month and driest month actually pretty close to May and July. So you could make an argument that you keep the water circulating also enough where it would stay for July back to the wetter months in the fall. But part of the reason also why we did separate cisterns so we can have water in different areas for different uses, and then we can not have to have a weirdly large cistern anywhere. Some of them could be more pointed and have to be adapted towards the specific uses of the specific things. So in the earlier review, we're actually talking about adapting this on a like not with a smaller scale, but just for different uses. So if it's a gazebo that literally like collects rainwater for your garden, or maybe it's something where it's going to couple trees and it collects rainwater for like a water fountain along the make it like this. So it's like it's to be more adaptable, which is why it's kind of big deal. Set up.
Yeah. Hybrid system. Right. That's what you guys have to do. You guys want to go back inside?
Yes.
have plenty of questions.
I actually like the outside better than the air conditioning. Yeah, because in reality, so like teachers that by themselves wouldn't they inverted it. They added another.
need to be careful. No, it's not. So sorry.
The question is, since it's so compelling,
I'll ask you that question.
yeah. I think there are a lot of groups and issues that come into change that. Also the desire to customize. Once you commit to the system, you have to try to customize it.
Came up this morning, reception. The natural and is
I don't say who cares. Anything different will. Things aren't ridiculous. So it's, it makes sense on sustainability. Now that we can hear it. I don't.
I love that. Who cares? He's doing that one.
Is it better to have this or people not have it? So sphere is most stable 3D and triangle is most stable 2D. So you can build things out of triangles so long as people remember each 60 degrees. And 60 degrees properly. I take it wholesale. Like, this is the thesis, this is what we're presenting. You have to divorce yourself from the emotion together and nothing like it. That's what it is. And so I think that what it is a very thoughtful system that solves a relevant and pressing problem. That is systemic and right now. So there are a million ways to do this. So my take on it, and judging this way, is all of this is very impressive, beautiful. Implementing something so unique and custom can be more challenging because there are only a handful of people who Like, in this room, everybody gets it, but if you try to get some builders, you know, builders. So it'd be a very hands-on sort of process of oversight. With probably unnecessary risks. That's the initial kind of. Yeah.
Or me, I did it, I'll do it. Make some customizations and then with the taxation. Exactly. And then this is the template. Many taxations.
So yeah, it's so easy to accept as a concept. Just so, I think if somebody were speaking, they would do it. Thank you for being honest. This is legit, and I actually work through the system.
This one, that one.
This sort of, for like, yeah.
So interesting. I was really trying to like figure out this team together, but
So when you guys started out.
Yeah, this morning. Yeah, gather more information. That's how you get it.
It's the important part.
Yeah, I guess it's okay. Yeah, and but especially. How much less.
Yes.
Give it to your neighbors.
Oh, we'll do that.
Oh,
Are you guys going to contact us?
Yeah, I mean, like, so there's new things.
Subject reduction. Zoning law. Well,
I don't know if it is, because they sort of people want to.
you have to. So,
So like, employers back away, school, or if there's no role that is pretty low, or would it be more about?
I don't know how to do this. I believe it. Yeah.
Oh.